Enjoy the show. Oh, hello. Hello, Kasai. How you doing? I'm excited. I'm very excited. This is fun. I love this fucking case so much. I can't believe I only got like halfway through it last week. Get rid of that. Whew. Oh, where are we up to? I think we got let into the evidence room, and there was a lot of blood, and Edgeworth got himself involved again somehow. They arrested Officer Meekins. And Bruce Goddard died twice, or Goodman. He's died twice at the same time in two different places. That's what I remember. I remember more than that, but that's the synopsis, right? That's where we're up to. He didn't just die in the first fucking place. He died in the second place too. Which implies that his body got carried from one place to the other. Probably in Edgeworth's car. But he supposedly died at literally the exact he was supposedly at both places at the same time. Which it doesn't make much sense. So I guess we're going to find out what's going on. Honestly, we probably don't have anywhere near as much of the story as we think we do. So I think we've already investigated everything we need to in here. But we'll just double check because I can't remember exactly what I was up to. A piece of white cloth is sticking out. Looks like a shirt. You'd better tidy it up or it'll get wrinkled. Hey, don't look at me. I didn't leave it hanging out like that. Okay. That was not as important as I thought it was. Oh yeah, we put this jar together and there was a piece missing. We've got a glove. We sprayed everything we needed to. There was no other blood anywhere, I don't think. So we've had a good spray. Wait, we didn't check this. Detective Goodman's evidence locker. It's empty. Only Detective Goodman himself can open this locker. So the person who took out this knife had to have been Detective Goodman. But why was it wrapped in the scarf muffler and stuck inside the car muffler? Okay. I think we're done here. I think we're done in this area. Oh, wait. That's the metal detector again. A pile of junk lies battered, worn, and forsaken. Aren't you being a little dramatic? Looks like a fishing pole and a metal detector. Not sure what this one is. They cast a withering gaze in our direction that screams, "Dust me." Can't junk just be plain old junk? Okay. So he's all good. We've talked to him. Who do we talk to now? Actually, I have no idea. I don't even know where we're supposed to go. Gumshoe? Nope. Meekins? If I present him... Oh, here's the... Right. It's where the blood was. This is the ID. So that's Edgeworth. That's Goodman. I presume that's Meekins. Actually, I'll show him that. I'll present him that. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Oh, we got to go talk to Edgeworth. That is what we got to do. Because he was the one that we found his fucking shit in the... Actually, if I show her this, does she get mad? Could you take a look at this? You. Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at it. Okay, this is pointless. All right. They're having a chat about tea. Cool. Let's go talk to Edgeworth. Let's find out what's going on, matey. Yeah, here we go. February 23, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Oh my god. Guests, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Oh, damn. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the District Prosecutor's Office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believed that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times, ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. Oh, my sound wasn't on. Oops. The game sound wasn't on. I see. Why, I ask you? Why? All along, I've only done what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still. Wow, I've never seen him out of sorts. Okay, I'm gonna show him the... Oh, right! I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go, by Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here, in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of those stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Well, now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it. Unrelated evidence. Screwdriver added to the court record. Hang on. Which... There we go. We still got it. We still got the soundboard ready to go. Stubborn as always. I told you this had nothing to do with the current case. Is that all I can talk to him about? Can I talk to him about the knife? I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Is he talking about the elevator? Oh yeah, he is. He is. He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth. What I want to know is, why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science? Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, huh? Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminium powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me, are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Didn't Edgeworth mess with evidence during the game? I don't think so. He doesn't mess with evidence, but he does omit evidence. That is something he does. He has done that. He hasn't tampered, I don't think. There's a lot of suspicion that he tampered. That Pheonix thinks he might have tampered, but there's no proof that he tampered with anything. It doesn't actually happen. The only things that happen is like it's the updated autopsy report, right? It's this shit. I'm gonna play the video again just because I can. It's this shit. It's that. That's all that he did. He's only messed with existing evidence, or not messed with, but updated. But he's updated it when it suited him to make his case more compelling. He hasn't, he's not lied. He's just updated. I love that shit so much. Fingerprinting set and fingerprinting file received. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Ah, yes. I do remember that as well. Bum, bum, bum. Can we dust the vase for fingerprints? Oh, well, this doesn't. The Resident Evil inspection didn't go anywhere. But if we go in here, yep. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Oh. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. Okay, so the only problem with this... Okay, maybe I'm gonna get too legal here. But why didn't the police do this? And more importantly, okay, even if the police are corrupt as fuck, which, the implication is that Gant is a pretty corrupt fellow. Even if the police is corrupt, as part of the process of discovery, you would expect them to have to submit fingerprints of a fucking handprint. You would think that'd be necessary, wouldn't you? You'd think that'd be the same as the autopsy report. It would be, I don't know. It seems very odd that they didn't, I mean, as I said, the implication is that the police are mad corrupt and they're trying to cover this up. But we have to do it ourselves, I guess. And then hit him in court with the evidence that we obtained on our own and didn't submit in advance because that's not something we apparently need to do. Discovery doesn't exist in this universe. You love to see it. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, we'll start with the thumb. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminium powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter, see? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminium powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I'd better give it a try. Alright, so we fucking cake this shit. We cake the fuck out of this shit, and then we blow. Oh, shit! Aha! You did it! You found one. But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. Oh, see that? There's like a smudge. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. This one right here, baby. Yeah. Yeah, cake that shit on, baby. Yeah, let's go. Keep caking. Blow it away. Oh. Alright, we need to improve the quality. Enhance. Enhance. There we go. Yay. Yay. A print so clear, it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. No shit, Sherlock. Pheonix is a fucking idiot. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left those prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprint are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So, whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? This is Gumshoe's locker, isn't it? Where is he? Yeah, there he is. Gumshoe. Oh. Oh. Look at it go. CSI, baby. 16-point match. Ooh. Aha. So these prints belonged to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Okay, this is the good shit. This is where we got luminol reaction fluid, right? Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, want to try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Oh, I see. So he put this side of his hand on the locker. That was the bloody side. Or maybe he put his whole hand on the locker, but only half his hand was bloody. So the parts that weren't bloody wouldn't have been wiped away. The pointer finger or thumb, Kasai. There you go. See? Powers of deduction, baby. Now kick that shit on. Make sure to get the bottom bit. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at it. Now that's what I call a handprint. There we go, fingerprint. All right. Probably Goodman? No. Oh, Jake motherfucking Marshall. Hello, buddy. Hello, big man. Howdy, cowboy. 16 points. Match found. Hey, these fingerprints, Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh! So, we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Oh, damn, that's it. We're going to court now, baby. We're going straight to court. All right. Hang on a sec. February 24, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time, and a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It says Mr. Wright suspects the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye, we found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. February 24, District Court, Courtroom Number 9. I'm running out of different, British voices I can do. I don't know how many more Brits I've got in me. I got more Brits than I got Americans, but I don't have many Brits. And I have a lot less Americans. This feels like an actual case. It does. It feels spicy, is what it feels like. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain in both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. We know all this. Why is Pheonix reacting like this is the first time he's heard this information? He didn't know until now. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. clone army? True. The Bruce Goodman clones, they're everywhere. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial presume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. My boy. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, well, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone, sir. You gotta believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to know... Sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults cannot possibly comprehend. Please. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us the report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. God, I love Meekins. That would be murderer. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir! He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Crime report. Sir! Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I can't do the badger dance. I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. That was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. The police mascot was the murderer? True! I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security scene and rushed to the scene. In order to enter the evidence room, you'd need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
I found it! This is the one right here!
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir! 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see, huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen.
Data added to the ID card record.
I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked.
So you were attacked? Can you please tell us exactly what happened?
It was a knife, sir. A knife.
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he was as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life, then I did it.
What exactly do you mean when you say, did it?
I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
I see. He must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out till another officer smacked me awake.
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor, only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins?
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
Objection. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape and was told that it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like the communication department with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? You like how they let him keep his megaphone? Hell yeah, dude. All the witnesses always have crazy shit. I mean, they let Mia do fucking voodoo magic, or Maya do fucking spirit magic on the stand. So, you know. Anyway, we're watching a video here. Oh shit, it's the guy. There's the glove. This mascot is cursed. It certainly is. Oh, he's coming. Solid Snake on the job, fellas. He's got a baton, dude. Why do you need to... Why was this even difficult? Whoa! He did not perform a disarming... Oh! Jesus. Dude, he got fucking owned, bro. Meekins got fucking annihilated. Is Goodman... Are we going to see Goodman leave? We saw him come in. Is that it? That's it. We don't even see him leave? Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and... Oh, alright, I got fucking skipped. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir.
So he got stabbed. He got stabbed. The cadet be sounding like Dobby. I think that's what I was going for. Something like that.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker, equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. So there's a contradiction here? I didn't see anything. I don't know if I should just keep pressing him. His face can't be clearly seen. There's no question. Can we fingerprint test this glove? Maybe he used the glove, dude. Oh yeah, I need to inspect this. I never got around to inspecting this. You missed the start? That's okay. Good to see you, Derek. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Hey, isn't this the screwdriver that was stuck in the, This is the screwdriver that was stuck in the first case, or the second case. Mia's murder, right? This is the one that was stuck in the drawer. It certainly looks like it. Okay. Oh, the real thing's so much more intense than the movies. Here, you can use the player to watch it as much as you'd like. The security video. Maybe I should take another look at the footage. You know, let me press him first. I'll press him first. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe it would be classified as the latter.
The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a good look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of person who looks directly at people when I'm talking with them, you see.
Oh, Meekins, we stand an autistic king. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it.
But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or...
Meekins!
Ah!
Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir!
You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do.
About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond with certain fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir. And this too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir.
How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir.
People in the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir, they keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the opened locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
So it must have been him. No one else can have unlocked it.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face.
Sir, if I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, and it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? Let me just have a quick look. I'm not exactly sure. We can't rewind it or anything, but here's the badger. Let's see how he opens the locker. That's what they're all stressing about, right? We gotta wait, we gotta watch this. Blah, blah, blah. Fucking Mr. L.A. Noir comes over. How does he open the locker? Okay, he uses his hand. A glove falls out. Meekins comes through, ready to beat some ass. Something noticeable, actually. The locker on the left doesn't have the shirt or whatever sticking out of it yet. Ooh. Then they fight. Meekins gets stabbed the fuck out. He says he got punched, right? So I guess the dude didn't want to kill Meekins. But there's a lot of blood. The locker stays open. Meekins is struggling. So... Oh, and then there's the sheet of paper at the end. There's the paper. So that means he must have opened that locker as well. Yes, there's a problem. There's a problem. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction. Objection. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edwards. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Obvious. What? There's a contradiction, but you're not expecting anyone to actually ask you what it is? All right. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times.
I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction? Well, dude, sometimes the thing just, okay, if we fast forward a bit, we're going to point out the cloth thingy at the end. So we fast forward it through a bit. We go. So we don't see Goodman leave, but we do see this. And I think that's pretty important. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Objection. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What you are looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh, yeah. Whew, I almost walked right into the defense's trap.
I'll place him under arrest, sir.
Rats, I need to slow down and tackle these things one piece at a time. Now, what do I do? No, hang on. Very well, let's try this again. Just remember one thing, Mr. Wright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. Says the one pointing his finger at us. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem? Yeah, cool. Okay. Okay, so what's the contradiction then? Oh shit. Accidental screenshot. J is rewind. Wait, let me see his, Let me see his gloves. Is he wearing gloves? Can't tell. I can see his fingernails, actually. Can I see his fingernails? Maybe. The obvious thing is the fucking cloth sticking out the goddamn locker. I mean, his face is covered the entire time. Does the flag continue to cover his face? Well, Meekins covers his face. Oh my god. That is well done. That is a clever bit of, This is the thing. I really think it's this. I really think it's this. That's not this. It's really not this. Why does a guy have blood on his shoulder? Maybe that's for later. Maybe it is. It's just, it's a really odd thing that, because the implication is that he opened that locker as well, right? Which means it might not be the same guy. If they're saying that it has to be the Bruce because he opened the locker, but he opened the other locker, that means that either he wasn't alone or it's not Bruce. Or it opens up too many possibilities. Why does the guy have blood on his shoulder? Because he hit, he slashes Meekins' hand and gets blood on him. So the question becomes, there's the glove. Do we point out the glove? Maybe we point out the glove. We don't point out the glove. We do not point out the glove. We lied. We messed up. Damn, this is rough. What's going on here? Just okay. there anything here that's not sure? I don't know if he's wearing gloves. I can't see. We go frame by frame. Open the locker. Glove falls out. Wait. And then Meekins comes. Do I point out the blood on his shoulder? Oh, fuck. Hang on. They fight. He cuts him again. Wait! No, he doesn't. The blood... Wait a sec. Yeah, he cuts him and then the blood shows up. I don't think it's the blood, but I'll point it out. What the hell? Okay. I definitely was not meant to point that out. That was it. That was an even worse series of dialogue than the first time. I'm so confused. Wait, the lights show up when they're open, right? The lights show up when they're open. Hang on, let me... Oh, gosh. Handprint on the thing? There is no handprint. There's meant to be a handprint behind there, but there isn't. Handprint on the mascot? Wait, where? There's a handprint on the mascot? Or am I tripping? On the face? Whoa! There is two! What the fuck? Okay, well there is a handprint on the mascot, but for some reason it wasn't real. It wasn't the problem. For some reason it wasn't the problem. I do see it. And it is weird. Wait a second! I just figured it out. I just see it. The light was on before he opened the locker. The light, I didn't notice that. The light was on before he opened the locker. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins.
Sir, do you mean me, sir?
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Really have to watch it again? That's crazy. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Here, notice the light? Oh, shit. What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Oh!
Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
But
The locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh, maybe something like jammed the system sensor. Something jammed the sensor? Say, there's something else in this video that seems out of place as well. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Well, this one's much more obvious. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Yeah, the glove. Whenever it cuts to the video, it cuts off the dialogue before you can read it, which is pretty funny. It's lit. It's lit. Oh, shit. I missed it. Where's the glove? Pause. Oi, glovey boy. Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh, wow, they muted the mascot this time. The judge was like, shut that thing up. If you play the video again, shut the fucking mascot up this time, all right? I don't need to hear it. There we go. The glove fell out. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall and roll and...
Objection. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Oh. It was inserted. Okay, we're going to watch it again. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, it closes on me.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description.
But sir, by insulator, you don't mean...
I think I've finally got this figured out. I think the Meekins voice is fucking me up a little bit, eh? Bro, we literally saw the glove. Yeah, I know. They're all so fucking dumb. You gotta fucking babysit these fuckers through it. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck inside the locker door? It was the rubber glove. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. Huh? The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, it would appear so, sir.
Is that the same tag as the screwdriver? No, the screwdriver is like AI-16. Order, order, order. It's the same tag as the knife. This knife. It's the same tag as this knife. It's not the same tag as the screwdriver. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir! Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Whoa! You mean that, sir? Of course, sir!
Is this a joke? Yes, it is, and it's very funny. Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man 2.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
Sorry, I was meant to do the fist. An ID card record. I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing of that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination. Hang on. So they have an evidence room for a very specific kind of case, where they were able to afford extremely sophisticated biometric locker systems for a room that only gets used for a very particular amount of cases, presumably for every detective or, authorized person in the police department, which means there's other rooms with lockers for those same detectives that also have the highly sophisticated biometric locking systems. This is why police budgets are too high.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir.
So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you?
Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir.
Is that the V for victory? Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the last second.
To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card.
Is that the card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards?
Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 or 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card...
I didn't see the rest of the dialogue. Why does it cancel the dialogue sometimes? Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness is referring to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Everyone. Is that man in blue a murderer? Wait, what? What did I do? You got the wrong color, kid. Okay, who's taking their kids to a murder trial? Damn. This universe is fucked up. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, it must be so difficult for him.
time of the crime the detective had used his card.
Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked this man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panicked.
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused.
What?
The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. What's the obvious problem? Uh-oh. It's an obvious problem? No, because his ID was found at the other side of the fucking... world. The other side of the city. Wait one moment, Officer Meekin.
Oh, I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order! 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 Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. Oh, this isn't gonna end well. Well, well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only have taken place at one location, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Okay, that witness was not trustworthy. Does anyone remember the trustworthy witness? Ah! Uh-oh. He's leaning. He's leaning in. It's like those memes, the stupid fucking like don't lean into your partner, you know? If you lean in to your female lover, you're showing weakness. That's how we know Meekins is a beta cuck, because he's leaning. That's not true. Meekins is a king. Meekins is the strongest character in this game. Super Saiyan Meekins. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Just who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana...
What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Well, I'm going to object, but what am I going to object with? We'll find out. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what we've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing, and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Okay, now we're watching the video again. Cool. Cool. Very cool. No sound this time. Do 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 do. I had to do it for you. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Oh, here we go. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considers the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright, this person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? Can I call Damon to testify? No. 65, damn. He's old. What the fuck? Anyway. A certain Texas Ranger. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need more than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Hang on. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything.
Emma,
you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you.
I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Oh, here we go. Oh my god, my gumshoe. It's gumshoe time, baby. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh. You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? SL9 incident files received from Lana Sky. Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what, now? Now that I've just brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? Oh, what? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana! That's over with! No! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered, I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Thanks, Gumshoe. Thanks, Gumfuck. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I'd better take a good look at this file. Oh, hang on. Well, I can't now. To be continued. Joey Darko, that totally legit movie. Yeah, exactly. Joey Darko, dude. Save your progress. February 24, District Court, Courtroom number 9. Hello, DeBiggs. Welcome to the show. This court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand, the officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, he's just chugging a bottle of whiskey on the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind. I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we got on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony on the day of the crime. What's the point of this game? To catch murderers, or more importantly, to convict murderers in a court of law. Well, actually, to what's the word? Exonerate. To exonerate falsely accused murderers, and generally in the process you find out who the real guy did it as well. In plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprints activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines. Or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he is all yours. Thanks, judgy boy. Thanks, Udgy. Appreciate your work, Udgy. My job was to keep a wary eye on that there bone orchard. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos are nothing at that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase the tape, felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. Said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence locker that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How did this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room's secured by 2 security systems anyway. So, you used to be a detective, but you've used the evidence room in the past, right? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even angel steak lunches can beat that parlor's vongole sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, did you not want to raise this year? I'm just an innocent traveling man. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. As you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I'd better up the ante. Okay. So, we have the fingerprint. The smoking gun. We've already talked. He doesn't know how the lockers work. Okay, that's mildly annoying. There's also no record of him going in. Unless he's the 777, but I kind of doubt that. One of the pieces of evidence is the security camera. What else is there? Oh, I can read this, hey. Jeez, a lot of people died. Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall? So that's got to be related. Because that's his last name. Head Prosecutor Edgeworth. Witnesses, both these guys. She was a witness to a crime that she investigated. Cool. Cool. Nothing, no conflict of interest there. Nothing wrong with that. Normal police procedure. Two security systems. Okay, I'm gonna hit him with the fingerprints because I'm curious. He's like, if you've got evidence, you better draw. So if I go to here and I hit, let's just hit him with it. Let's just hit him with it. Let's do it. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then. Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Here we go. Now shit getting spicy. Spicy. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as that blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Alright, we're gonna press the fuck out of him. Hold it! That's because you... how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. So, I mean, the implication is pretty obvious, right? That little white sheet thing that appears in the video, that came from him. So he was the Goodman. He was Goodman. He was the pretend Goodman, the fake Goodman. Doesn't mean he killed anyone. But he was there. And he was doing a bad thing. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. We ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. He did assault a man and leave. Yes, he did do that. He did assault a police officer with a deadly weapon. No more. You know, just to be 100%. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with the breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logic that... Oh, sorry. Something unplugged underneath me. I was trying to fix it. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Oh, wow, he added a bit of... Too bad it wasn't me in the video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence. I'm yawning so much. That video was the only direct evidence you had. Objection. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. He sounds like a game show host. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's take a look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Okay. We're going to go all the way to the end, gamers. We're going all the way to the end. Yep, Marshall comes in, he opens the locker, glove falls out. Solid Snake rocks up. Unfortunately, he's not able to detain the hostile. Gets stabbed. He's in the corner of the room. He's struggling. And right here, we have some useful evidence. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. It was 8 words. Well done. Well done, Pheonix. The locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Now we go back. This shit takes ages. There we go. Oh! The white cloth. It's gone. Ah. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order! Order! It would seem that's the case. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? It doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? For obvious reason. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. I don't know why he's getting me to prove it. We all know how this works. We've been talking about the way these lockers work for like 3 hours. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about those fingerprint locks. Oh god, my Gumshoe went southerner again. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Tell him, Pheonix. Oh. I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! God, I love this game. Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you that this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Oh. Ole! Please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then, where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall? He was this guy. Why are they making me point this out? It's so obvious. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. Objection. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd known for sure. Objection! May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir.
Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me.
We both know Meekins is useless. True. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he had showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to that, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Oh, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It is obvious, and nobody cares. When has this court ever given a fuck about circumstantial evidence until this moment? This is the first time anyone has ever said circumstantial evidence is not actual proof. What? No one. This has never happened in this game up until this point. Everything here has been circumstantial. We've given people the death penalty on less circumstantial evidence or more circumstantial evidence than this. It looks like your lack of experience is finally being exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Pheonix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. What do you think? Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might have been discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The jacket was covered in blood. That's what it was. He stuffed the jacket in there. It has to have been. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth aside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Let's show what happened. Well, we know. It was... Yeah, Kasai. Kasai brought up the blood, right? Before? Like hours ago? Guess what? It turned out it was important. If we keep going... We got the music back. Oh, wait, hang on. I went too far. I went too far. There it is. Bloodstained jacket. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end. Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Hang on, he's talking about circumstantial evidence. I just want to make it clear. We've established a few different things, all right? We've established that the lockers could only be opened by the person, under normal circumstances, excluding the exception of the one with the light that opened. We've established that you can only open your locker. That's the only one you can open. We've established that it was opened and that a coat or an object, a white object, was put in there. During the time in the video. In that video, it wasn't there, then it was. So we know exactly when it happened. We know it was done by the person in the room. And we know that because of the way the lockers work, it had to have been Jake Marshall. How the fuck is that circumstantial evidence? How is that even remotely contestable? What? Alright, whatever. The game is just trying to make it hard on me. Hello, Sus. Hello. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Technically, all of this is relevant as he is not on the trail and at no obligation to speak on this matter. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate your good work, Jake. So, the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, Then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Okay, we'll press the fuck out. When you say it, you mean, do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out any evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could, because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying on that day is... There wasn't any murder. Just keep the weapon? Yeah, dude. He's a cowboy, bro. He uses his knife for everything. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. That's not how cross-examinations work. Well, I guess you can plead the fifth. His stubble grows real fast. Yeah, it does. Look, he's infinite facial hair. Ty Scott discusses how totally incompetent the police is at keeping evidence. Yes. Although I don't accept the implication is not incompetence, but corruption. Like, just endless amounts of corruption. So much corruption. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Why would the camera wipe every 6 hours? Because someone's meant to save it. They don't have storage, you know? They can afford salary cutting noises. Dude, they can afford high-tech biometric lockers, you know, 8 different fucking evidence rooms with biometric lockers for each individual detective. And high-level security guard door systems. But they can't afford hard drives for the camera footage. It's a bit of a shame. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. See? Based Marxist Pheonix Wright, okay? He understands. He's here for the working class. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. This whole trial is so ACAB, dude. It's crazy. Can't even afford to house a security camera up on a wall. That's what I'm saying. Why is there one camera? Are there lockers on the other side of the room? It seems like a pretty shitty use of space if the lockers are only on one side. Where's the other camera? There's got to be more than one camera. When we were at that Hoyts in Docklands, we were making funny because there was like 800 cameras in the ceiling. There were so many cameras. It was insane. The whole place was like unmanned and it was all like self-service. And there was just dozens of cameras. It was wild how many cameras there were. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. More testimony? I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? No, but I want to find out. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. And one thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's still something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. Yep. You know why? This is where they asked me for the page again. It's page 2, Neil Marshall. We noticed this. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed, and the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He takes his hat off. Man, that's cool. cool little extra. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Oh my god. Look at this guy. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that would happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. Objection! But wait, a verdict wasn't reached into yesterday's trial. Objection. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy has got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it in a single word or less. Ah! I rest my case. I really should play this at like a standing desk, so I can do all of Edgeworth's little motions. You know, do the bow. I gotta give him the bow. And the head tap. But I gotta stand up for that. It's not as much fun. Man bowing, exactly. What the fuck? That's an emoji, alright. Looks fucking stupid. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There is no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Hold it. Uh-oh, hello. Yeah, Your Honor, wait. Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Wow. Mr. Edgeworth's got a soft spot for the innocent girls. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh, boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I mean, why wasn't it washed? All the other blood was washed, but that one wasn't. The question becomes why. I object. Objection! This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is that you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Oh, it's the fucking blue badger. Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Hand on the mascot. Not necessarily the hand, but the fact that it was in the way of that locker. To put your hand there, you wouldn't have put blood on the thing there. You would have put it on the badger. If like someone leaned on it, the badger would be in the way. There's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? The blue motherfucking badger. Oh, jeez. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans at the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. He appears right here. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? What? I can't do a freaked out cowboy. So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would have been impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in? Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, my birthday, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Thanks, Derek. Appreciate it. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your claim. The objection. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. Objection. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? It is the motherfucking... this one. 4:20 p.m., baby. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to have entered it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol tests that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was whacked away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 7777777. That's like a fucking Aris text-to-speech. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make any sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher, someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Objection. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Why would Edgeworth have any authority to look up an ID, Chief? Why wouldn't he have authority? This shit's more secretive than the fucking CIA, dude. This is... This is some Gestapo shit, unironically. Like, you're not allowed to investigate us if we're above a certain rank. You're just not allowed. You're not allowed to know who we are. You're not allowed to know our identification. All the records that we leave are all tied to a number that you're not allowed to know the meaning of. Totally not corrupt. Totally reasonable behavior from a group of law-abiding citizens. Some FIFA investigated FIFA and found no corruption. Exactly. This is Blizzard. The board of directors of Activision Blizzard investigated Activision Blizzard for inappropriate sexual behavior and found no evidence of inappropriate sexual behavior from the board of Activision Blizzard. It's pretty amazing. Oh, it's beautiful. Objection. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you kept your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes. No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Objection. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 7777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know about is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh, she's on the stand. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. She's just admitting to, like, mad corruption right now. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. Uh-oh. The witness calls the murderer to the stand about the murder. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Oh, shit! The crowd's freaking out. Order! 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 They're rioting! They're rioting! The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. What the fuck? I guess she just admitted to, like systematic corruption at, like, the highest level of the police force. That's probably pretty important. I do love that, like, the crowd rioted so hard they couldn't actually finish the trial, which means that which means that we're good. Saved our trial, our defendant, saved by the rioting crowd, as the chief prosecutor admits to The highest order of systematic corruption. But luckily, that's not the crime she's on the stand for. So we're good. We're living it up. We get another day. We get another day to party hard. I'm going to go have a smoke. That was a long trial session. It's two and a half hours in. We've still got one more day of trial gaming to go. So I'm going to go have a quick break. We're going to find a different tune in this list. Yeah, we'll get soft. There we go. Yeah, that'll do. I'll be back very soon. That song slaps. Hang on. Just because I can, and because it's about to be very relevant. God, I love this motherfucker so much, dude. So much. Just an unholy amount. Alright. It's time for the final day. God knows how long this is going to take. But we're in for the long haul. We're doing this all the way to the end. Wright & Co. law officers. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Where was this? Sounds like a very high profile serial killing case. Where was Pheonix? Was he in a different country? Like, sounds like the kind of thing you'd want to research if you were studying to be a defense attorney. Like, you're in university studying law, and there's a high profile serial killing with a high profile trial. Pheonix is like, yeah, I didn't pay attention. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. Read the file. Wait, listen. The file is 4 pages long, all right? And they're not real pages, all right? See this? Wow. It's just names. This file's fucking worthless. They didn't even tell me to point at a page this time. That's how awful this is. So that means you... Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Okay, that was in the file. That one was in the file, Pheonix. That part was in the file, you fucking idiot. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark, look at his eyes. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he might not have known about it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in that instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. Oh, the very empty courtroom. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? Okay, is that a normal thing that happens? Can you be a cop and then become a fucking lawyer? Is that a thing? Is that a thing that can happen? Do you have to have a law degree to be a detective? Do you have to pass the bar? I don't think so. I better have another talk with her. Yeah, you're not wrong, homie. Wait, I could just make this shit up? Yeah! A lot less dangerous, perhaps. At least in this world. Detention center visitor's room. I like the noise it makes when she appears, like... She just like pops her head up from under the table, like, hey, what's up? Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, An innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? Oh, at least someone thinks it's a bit weird. If criminals commit crimes, why shouldn't we commit crimes? Jeez. Seems pretty obvious. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, that the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. To be fair, this shit is already so rigged. You know, you don't think it was weird that fucking, what was his name? Van Helsing or whatever? Von Karma? You don't think it was weird that Von Karma never lost a case in 15 years? Totally not rigged, and not a rigged system. I mean, the whole premise of this, you have 3 days to finish the trial, no more, no less, or no more, often less. And the judge is clearly just trying to like get this shit over with, to go have his lunch with fucking the police chief or whatever. Not corrupt. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. Oh, now here's a picture. They still talk about it, all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Demon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever! They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Yeah, this totally sounds above board. No corruption. We're not helping each other. We're not looking at... She can just have whatever fucking job she wants in the fucking justice system. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Okay, here's... Okay, well, maybe they'll answer this. But why would a guy... who's just come out of questioning with the police go and immediately commit a murder on site? Like a practiced serial killer You know, someone who clearly knew what he was doing because they had no evidence. So he was obviously very good at what he was doing. They had no evidence, and he just decides to randomly kill some people on his way out of the fucking cop shop. All right, mate. That to me sounds pretty sus. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Chief Deputy Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. I guess they did answer. Why did he run? They had no evidence. Why did he escape? When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Oh, we can go have a squiz? How do we go to the is it prosecutor's office? No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into exactly what went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. Hello, Antonov. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in this case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. You know what I'm doing, man? I'm getting through this case, bro. It's the final day. How'd you do in Granblue? Did you win? Tell me you won, buddy. I believe in you. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. We grinding? Got fit? Nice. Okay, we'll go talk to Edgeworth. Nah, fit is good, bro. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Okay, no one's anywhere. Alright, we go to the police department. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why the prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left scars behind on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day that SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the SL9 transferal. The day of the evidence transferal, rather. Huh? Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodwin was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. Nope, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. This is a sick photo. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yep. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone knew her, said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. He's having a chug. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Oh, the super chug. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Damn. How heartbreaking. So sad, bro. Gotta go here. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us.
With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. All right. Up we go. Oh, yo, the pipe organ? Let's go. This song, dude. Whoa. Where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius. Whoa. Want an office with a pipe organ? So do I, dude. So do I. I could never remember where C was. What? Little Miss Bach? Can't remember. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Rado, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? Did that trophy have a sword? Wait, hang on. There's a lot going on in this photo. Okay, the trophy has a sword. That is a good point. There was no sword. The sword has a broken tip. That's the vase that we put back together. So, I guess that makes sense. Like, if the vase was knocked over or whatever, that would be evidence. So, I guess that makes sense. And for some reason, they decided to take the photo in front of an exposed spear blade and a suit of armor, just in the shot for no apparent reason. That's not, nothing wrong with that. Totally normal behavior. That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. What if we just go back? Can we go back? Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting too long. Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew that evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, there's only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of making enemies. Libertarian gumshoe. You gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps if you want to make it anywhere in this world, says the most incompetent person you know. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems like you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about it. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Protect some girlie? Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. I can keep talking. Joe Doc was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yeah. But it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, when he was done with the bodies, a jogger came up upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. How the fuck is there no evidence? What? Excuse me? His car would have had, like, he hit someone with his car, it killed them, but, you know, no evidence of that, despite presumably there being maybe blood on his car. Presumably he had no alibi, because, you know, he was there. And then he just murders 5 people in the street. Like, he killed the car? Yeah, maybe did. He just stabs 5 people in the street. No blood, no DNA evidence. Doesn't leave anything behind. Presumably by himself, sticks all the bodies in his car, drives away. All those people just disappeared. So he wasn't even a serial killer. He was like the British version of a mass shooter. He was a mass stabber. That's crazy. What the fuck? Do we call those people serial killers? When you just go on a rampage in the street? And then somehow leave no evidence? Alright, dude. Were there no houses around? Was there nobody looking out their windows? Where was he? Oh, I don't understand. This is wild. Serial requires multiple separate events. That's what I thought. All right. Joe Dark. Serial killer. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Wait! Does anyone understand the problem here? This is actually a massive plot hole with the game. Well, actually, there's an explanation, but if you hit someone with your car, freak out, kill a bunch of witnesses in the spot, in the moment, and then turn yourself in, presumably immediately, why was there an investigation force of like 4 detectives, 2 prosecutors, no, 5 detectives and 2 prosecutors? You get the investigating and a lack of evidence to convict. What? All right, whatever. Why couldn't they just have made him a serial killer? Why did he have to like murder a bunch of people in the street? I actually want to read this again. I actually want this. I need to double check that I was right, that I've got this, that I understand it. Cause you solved this problem very quickly. Maybe, let's say, they had all these witnesses that it was Joe Dark, and he killed them later. He systematically, one by one, eliminated all the witnesses in the weeks or months following, before they could go to trial. And that was the reason. That would make a lot more sense. Anyway, bizarre. Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. I'm just gonna read this again. Hang on. Run of the... He hit someone with his car. With his car? But it transformed him into an animal. An animal. Killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Okay. So he hit someone with his car. Now, there's a possibility that he kills the witness after the fact. Maybe the next day, maybe next week. He kills the witness later. But he kills them in a place where people can see it, I guess. And then they all just get murdered one after the other. But that means all the... Where was he burying the bodies where people could fucking just walk up to him? That is wild. I don't get it. Yep, and then we saw that. But I don't get it. Okay, for the sake of suspending my disbelief, I have to presume. It's just so weird that a game that's so concerned, you know, with like minor details and logic and like little, you know, it wasn't Christmas yet, you know. It was 11:59 Christmas Eve. For a game that's so concerned about that stuff, it seems weird that they'd be so sloppy with the way they tell this particular story. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remembered what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report. Thank you. Switchblade knife updated in the court record. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust seems like a very unusual law. What the fuck? Breach of trust? Not, not breach of security or like any actual concrete reason. Just trust. We trusted you, Gumshoe. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something that we could show him that would make him change his mind. I wonder. I would say he wants to help Edgeworth, right? He's an Edgeworth stan. He's an Edgeworth stan. Yeah, dude. We just got this shit in our backpack, bro. We just got this shit in our backpack, brother. What should I show him? What if I show him this? I'm curious. That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yes. There's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m., the victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 777-77777? That's 1 7 too many, Detective. An executive officer. I might just have a hunch. Wait, can we oh no. Okay, that didn't let me in. What if I show him the trophy? Hey! That's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield, and why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. Alright, that's not helpful. What if I show him the oh, shit. No, we've already been through this. Is there anything else I can show him? The photo? If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll, keep that in mind. Sheesh! Show him the videotape? Oh, no. Okay, maybe there's something else I need to get. Maybe there's some other evidence I gotta get somewhere else. Is Edgeworth back? Oh, he might be back. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing I had on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture? Something seemed strange about it. Could you tell us again what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday.
So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right. Okay, yeah, we'll show him the trophy. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. We got the sword right here, fellas. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means hellbird, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he offered the king 2 items. The first was a hellbird he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other. Very deceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. Okay, I need to check if this is real. We're fact-checking this. We're fact-checking this right now. Chinese word for contradiction. Mao Dun. The characters for shield and spear, respectively. This is a real story? Hang on, there's a Medium article. 5 Guys Facts. Mao Dun. Hang on. Came up to the merchant to troll him. Oh God, who wrote this? Jesus. Fucking hell. And asked what would happen if the spear and shield came into contact. The merchant, of course, couldn't answer and left town. Mao Dun literally translated as spear shield. And yeah, that's where the unstoppable force and immovable object come from. That's not even a World of Warcraft. That's like an English version of the same thing, right? Who wins between an unstoppable force and an immovable object? A similar concept explains the English etymology of the word oxymoron. Oxus means sharp in Greek, while moros means foolish. So the word oxymoron itself is an oxymoron. There you go. Fact has been checked. Mao Dun. So if I say spear in Chinese, I get Mao, and I type shield, I get Dun. That's crazy, dude. And contradiction is just those two characters together. What the fuck? Bro, I want to learn Chinese. This is sick. This is a sick language. What the hell? This is so cool. Actually, my colleague at work tells me that. She's like, so much of Mandarin is based on like ancient stories. Like, this is not the only one. Like, this is a really common thing in Chinese. A huge amount of their language is rooted in folklore, and if you don't know the folklore, the words are meaningless. Like, you can't translate it without a decent understanding of the actual stories behind a lot of the characters and the words, because of shit like this. Like, if I was learning Chinese and somebody presented these two characters to me, I'd be like, spear shield? What is spear shield? And they'd be like, it's contradiction. And I'm like, what? And then they'd have to be like, well, you know, like the spear that pierces anything and a shield that blocks any weapon. And you're like, oh, that's fucking crazy. Now I know what that means. Apparently that is a really common thing in Chinese, in Mandarin, which is wild. It does make it significantly harder. Yes, it does. That is effort. But hey, we learned something today. Something useful. Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. You and me both, Emma. That's funny. If that's so, why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gan. 2 years ago, he had the Hellbird part of the award abolished. Chief Gan. King of Prosecutors trophy updated in the court record. Thank you. And now we pick up the piece of paper he dropped. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. You didn't even look. What letter of If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. I'm not going to convince him otherwise, am I? No. But I can show it to Gumshoe. Hey, Gumfuck. Where'd the YouTube video go? Oh, damn, I lost it. Hey, Gumfuck. God, that's so loud. Where is it? Did Gumfuck not tell you? That's about to save his ass. Oh! Excuse me. Would either of you care for a £1/4 pound of roast beef? Miss Starr, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Is this a thing that happened as well? How did we discover milk? I like how it's the first result. Who first milked a cow? Alright, we don't know. We don't know exactly, we don't know if they fucking got their greasy fucking nasty mouths over the fucking cow tits. Jesus. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Wait! Huh? This directly contradicts... I've spotted the... Mal done, Angel Star. This directly contradicts the thing fucking Gumshoe told me. Why are you lying? Why are you lying? Who's lying? Didn't he just turn himself in? Or did he kill 5 people in like a really obvious way? And then no one arrested him for 6 months? I don't understand. I don't understand. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a hot bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. Oh, so he died first. So they pursued them over 6 months after he killed the guy in the police department. That's even worse. Why was he not held in custody? Did they just let him go? He's just found underneath the body of someone who's been stabbed with a knife and they just let him go. Yeah, for 6 months. Yeah, good luck. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. And no, he did. Lana says they arrested him immediately. She arrested him on the spot. I don't get it. Lana Skye. My sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. But still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly disappear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Lana. I can't say that. My American accent's not very good, but I'm trying. I'm doing my best. My West Coast accent. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall, when Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr, that's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? This facial expression, dude. I can't. It's 10 out of 10. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having sold the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Hang on, let me just read that again. Chief's powerful influence. Oh, he got rid of her oh, he moved her there to blackmail her. Okay. That's what he's basically saying. Basically, she's saying he moved her there so he could blackmail the shit out of her. Okay. Time to show Gumfuck. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. I'm brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Yep, there sure is. Hey, Gumfuck, did Edgeworth not tell you? He's resigning. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly in the pocket. I think that deserves a dun dun dun. Alright. So we can go now? Chief's office. February 24, Police Department, Chief's office. Do we get the song? Here goes, Mr. Wright. Oh. Very nice. Yeah, we do. Bum. Swimming, anyone? There's that statue. Why is it there? What? Why did they take the photo the way they did? Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah! Did he just hit her? Did he just smack her? Or did she smack him? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable? Why did they do that? They just destroyed his ID. They just destroyed his ID, dude. Hey, don't do that to my card. Well, alright. I guess we just ruined it for him. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Alright. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yeah, that's where I was waiting for Lana, on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there, no kidding. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at a New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here every morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. Nah. Nah, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When somebody tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go. Ignoring me again. Sorry, buddy, but I think Pheonix is right on this one. Might be best not to give that too much thought right now. But he definitely did it. 100%. He did it all. He actually murdered all those people. All 6 of them. By himself. I mean, look at that tie. Would you trust a man wearing a crucifix for a tie? He looks like the Antichrist. But I love him. I don't care. I love him. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. He's Slayer in disguise? Fucking true, dude. Wait, what does Slayer's tie look like? Guilty Gear Slayer. Does he have the cross tie? Oh, he has like the crucifixy. He has the same thing. He does have the same thing. Wait, I thought Leo had the same thing as well. Or am I tripping? No, he just has the hand. He just has the weapons. He doesn't wear it on his. He doesn't wear like a tie thing. Although this is his Shrive design. That's Exert, right? Oh no, he's still. No, he kind of does. Hang on. Guilty Gear Exert Leo. I can't type. It still shows me pictures of Strive. I hate you. Okay, hang on. Oh my god, why is it so small? Yo, here we go. Oh, he kind of has a thing going on, but not really. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, dude. Leo got downgraded in Strive, visually. Leo actually got such a fucking downgrade. This compared to this. He goes from this sick fucking jacket to like some shit like my dad would wear. And the hair? Dude, he lost the mane? Nah, Leo got downgraded so bad, bro. Leo got downgraded so bad. What is that about? Why did we lose this cool as fuck coat for this shit? I'm sorry. The bomber jacket, dude? I'm not okay with that. He deserves better. Look, he even lost belts. This one has like a bunch of belts on it. And he lost it. Now he has like 1 belt. Maybe like some little mini belts here, but they don't count. How could you go from like 6 belts to 2 belts or 3 belts? That's some bullshit, man. Leo got downgraded hard. Anyway. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Fucking hell. The anti-anime design? Yeah, dude. But the belts are iconic, especially in Guilty Gear. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh. Okay, that's depressing, apparently. That's a depressing thing. Look at the giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know. I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Oh my god! Pheonix! Jesus! Christ! That's a bit dark. He's treating Gumshoe like he's a hedge fund manager in 2008. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Oh, there's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends were made out of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? The pipe organ. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. Okay, fun story. I once played a gig. I was very lucky one day, a long time ago, okay? Very lucky boy. And I once played a gig with my gorgeous, beautiful saxophone at the Melbourne Town Hall, which you should Google the Melbourne Town Hall. It's a very cool building. They usually have comedy shows, but they do music and stuff in there. And I was playing in a jazz band, in a university band at the Town Hall. Probably the biggest gig I've ever done. But they have one of these fucking pipe organs. Gigantic fuck off pipe organ in the back. And let me tell you, because we definitely fucked around with it during rehearsals and sound check and stuff, that thing does actually fuck up your ears. It is insane how loud these things are. It is unholy. They sound incredible in person, but Jesus fucking Christ, you actually will deafen yourself if you play that thing. Because, like, literally, it's this, and it's bigger than this. It's way bigger than this, right? Because it's like, I wish I could get a good picture, good shot of it, like, without fucking everything up. Because it's like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, in real life, the actual keys look so small because it probably goes all the way to this wall in real life, all the way to this wall and all the way to this wall, and then the keys look so fucking tiny. They're ludicrously small. Well, they're not. They're normal sized keyboard keys, but the fucking actual pipes are so gigantic that they look hilariously tiny. And yeah, that shit's crazy. It's like the whole stage. It's literally like the whole stage. They don't, like, if you watch a comedy show or whatever, they have a curtain over it. You can't see it in the background. I wonder if I can see it. Okay, world's largest pipe organ. Let's have a look. I want to see a picture of it. Assholes. Oh my, what? Okay. This is just absurd. Where's the actual pipes? Oh my, Jesus. That, Sydney Town Hall. This is the Sydney version. So if I type Melbourne Town Hall organ, do I get a picture? Yeah, look at this fucking thing. Oh, it's so sick. See, the keys are there. The keys are there. Sorry, I was actually, my estimate was too small. The keys are there. Look at the fucking size of this thing. It is absurd. It looks like the same organ, but the keys are in a different spot. I guess they have a separate control unit, if they need. That is... I guess they have a separate controller. A separate console. Wow. Interesting. I didn't realize. Because you don't need to use this. You can... There is definitely some keys here that you can press. I saw it. I was there. I don't remember the giant fucking console. Oh my god. So the world's like... This one's fucking crazy. This one's fucking crazy. This is the world's largest pipe organ, Press of Atlantic City. I wish I could see the pipes. This is the console, sure. But where's the pipes? Oh, there's the pipes. Huh. The pipes are bigger than a person? I mean, that's true for even the one in Melbourne. Like, they are that big. But this is not just big, there's like fuckloads of them. There's a ludicrous amount of pipes. Like, these are huge. Like, these photos don't do them justice. Pipe organs are ludicrous. They are ludicrous instruments. See, oh. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like in Melbourne. This tiny random little dude. This is in Taiwan, apparently. But this is what the one in Melbourne looks like. It's just one little guy here. And the fucking pipes are fucking gigantic all over them. You can use them as a slide. Maybe not. Maybe not that. Maybe the one in Atlanta you're talking about. These ones I don't think are quite big enough. These ones are about the same. This is about the same as the one in Melbourne, I think. But these are pretty similar. Pipe organs are fucking crazy, dude. Crazy fucking units. Oh, fuck. Alright, let's look at the safe. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. Okay. Black screen. Oh, shit! A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. A 7-digit number, you say? No way. I like how they say 7 digits. Just to... Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... I don't want to try your birthday, Gumshoe. Whoa! Enhance! I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. So easy, bro. So easy. 7777777. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. Oh, shit. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yeah, I care. Let's do it. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in there too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Uh-oh. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. Oh, that was Gumshoe. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, there's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. There is. After we finish examining. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in the desk. Wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? Holy shit! What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. Oh my god. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh! Be careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out! You don't know how scary that guy can be. Oh, another window? You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If we were to drop something out there. At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They said he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Alright, we need to present evidence to Gumfuck over here. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. It was yesterday. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Does this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found. You mean this one? That was in the case? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me take that shard. I'll have a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Goes that way, right? Boom. There. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Left it there for years and never got rid of it? Yeah, dude, he's nostalgic. He's a nostalgic guy. Hang on, can we spray this with the testing fluid? That seems like the strat, hey. Can we spray this? Spray it down? Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots, but this one's a line. That is odd. Is that it? Is that all I get to find out? Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Which way does it... Yeah, which side is up? I guess the way it was positioned, this side is the bottom. It's like an urn. A bottomless urn. If blood that old would react with luminol? I mean... It's, if it hasn't been cleaned, right? It would still pick... Because the luminol picks up, like, the metal, right? The metal in the blood, I'm assuming. Metal content? I don't know, maybe. I guess that wouldn't make much sense. It has to be something more specific because otherwise you wouldn't be able to test on metal. I don't know. Let's have a look at this list. Is there anything written here? What the fuck? Wow. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh. No, it's nothing. Yeah, I think it is. It's her drawing from the case. 100%. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Yeah, that was the sketch. But obviously he doesn't want to show it to her because it'd fuck her up. Okay, we can't see anything else there. Can we test this? I feel a lot better now that this jar is complete. But it raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe? More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyway? I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial might just hinge on this. Oh! Actually, speaking of blood, we can have a spray. Oh, shit. Wait, hang on. Hang on. We're doing that again. If I present the luminol to... Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too. Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall. Looming tall? New and improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same as luminol. Looming tall. So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Okay. 3 inches to your height. Do you think that refers to physical height? But it looked like a shampoo bottle, right? So do you think that was physical height? I don't think so. Was it hair? Was it a hair care product? Or was it like some kind of penis fucking size increasing cream? 3 inches to your height. The height of my fucking dick. Oh my god. Looming tall. Well, looming tall was funny because looming tall sounds like luminol, right? Luminol. Luminol, looming tall. That's funny as. I'd never seen that one before. That's good. Wait, I wonder if there's another one for the Detective Gumshoe. I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. All right, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead. Take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? I actually did this by accident. I actually forgot about this thing. I thought there'd be another fucking stupid joke. But this was actually like a plot relevant thing I needed to do. Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth, then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mum? I don't have to be told 1,000,000 times. Well, jeez, alright, Pheonix. Alright, let's get this over with. Let's test index failure. Give it a blow. Well, that's kind of shit. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Okay, yeah, that one sucked. Let's try the thumb. Yeah, cake it on, baby. Cake it on. Oh, that's kind of trash. I gave it my best shot. Okay, that's not great. Try the middle finger. We're real detectives now, gamers. Ooh, that looks a bit better, doesn't it? Ding. Okay, who are we looking for? Similar, but not quite. Okay, there we go. Hello, Emma. Hello, Emma Sky. New murder suspect, Emma Sky. Did she kill the guy? Match found. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Hey, you, over there. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Ah! Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean, me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out! Yes, sir! I can't go between Gant and Gumshoe. I can't do it. Ugh. Two totally distinct American accents. Just my brain gets frizzled. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you. The one without the spiky hair. Oh, see, now I'm doing Gumshoe for Gant. Don't go yet. Me, sir. I'd like a word with you. Oh god, Southerner. You with the spiky hair. I'm ruining this very important part of the game with my... I've lost it. I've lost all my accents. I've lost everything. You're free to go. Mr. Wright! Okay. Look, pal, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Well, really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Hang on, I'm just gonna get some water. I'll be right back. I'm trying to get my Gant voice back so I can really kill it in the final day of court. My name is Damon Gant, and I am the chief of police in this here district. Righto. Dudgy. Gone swimming lately? Okay, I'm getting there. Swimming, anyone? Okay, I think I've got it. I think I got it back. As long as Gumshoe stays out of the picture, my Gant impression should be perfect. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you've been incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. Pheonix has gone like super hardcore fucking grill mode now. He's actually acting like a fucking serious character for the first time ever. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Take that! Take that! Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's not ready to spill the beans. Emma Skye? Oh, dude, I should have said some dumb shit. I should have had some fun with it. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. The evidence list. I found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece. And this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty of murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No, when I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer John Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. True, Peanut. Fucking true. Actually fucking true. Call over the fucking guard. This guy knows everything. Look at his face. This is the face of a man who knows. The man who sees, who listens. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes. Seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evident in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Edgeworth cut the button. That's a mannequin. Oh, true. He's just chilling. Pheonix does say he's unusually still. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He'd already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room.
Reporting for duty, sir.
After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have been disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? Do you think they let you keep your fucking service medals when you go to prison? Do you think she'll be allowed to wear that? You know, she's not guilty of murder, but she's guilty of a lot of other shit. Do you think she gets to keep the medals? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. She's scared, man. You know why she's scared? This. There's nothing hidden in here. I'm assuming that this is evidence that somehow or another, Emma may be in panic when all the shit went down. She's the one who maybe killed Jake Marshall. Not Jake Marshall, Neil Marshall. I'm assuming that she... Actually, now that I think about it, she probably... The fucking dagger fucking statue, dude. That shit's just sticking out like that. She probably, like, freaked out. Like fucking Edgeworth! Edgeworth throwing the gun, and the gun goes off and hits some fucking cunt. It's the same as that. She panicked, shoved someone, whoever was, you know, she thought was attacking her. They get pushed. I mean, 14-year-old girl, I can't imagine she's particularly strong, but like, game logic, whatever. He falls over, falls onto the fucking stupid fucking statue. And Gant has been holding onto the evidence the whole time as blackmail, for blackmail. That's gotta be the reason. That's gotta be the whole story, right? That's the rest of the story. That's what happened. And that's why Lana doesn't want you to go any deeper, because if you do, you'll have to present this as evidence in court. If you want to say Gant lied about that case, you have to actually explain that Emma was the one that killed that guy. Even if it was an accident, Antonov. For some fucking reason, nobody in this game cares about accidents. Accidents don't mean shit in this game. You killed a man, it don't matter, dude. It don't matter, the context is irrelevant. Killed a guy, he's done. He's done forever. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago.
Look at this fucking shit. Why is it just sticking out like that?
Why are they posing in front of the fucking death statue, dude? That's crazy. It's the fucking death statue. Well, this is the argument I was making last week, is that manslaughter and accidents are two different things. An actual accident is exonerating. If you can prove that it was a legitimate accident, that's exonerating. Manslaughter is like, I'm driving my car at 150 on the highway and I hit someone and they die. Now, like, I didn't intend to kill that guy. There's no intent. But I did a thing that was stupid, that was endangering lives, and someone died as a result. I believe that's how manslaughter works, right? Or if I punch someone and they die, yeah, manslaughter means you still got to be fucking up. If I get into a fight with someone and I punch someone and they burst a blood vessel in their brain and die, I believe that's manslaughter. I didn't hit you with a deadly weapon, or I obviously got into a fight. Yeah, your shitty actions. They have to be shitty actions. Accidents are like actual accidents. I don't know, like, I don't know. I don't know what would be like an actual accident. Perjury, stealing evidence, and taking bribes are okay. In this world, absolutely. The only crime that matters is if people die. And when people die, the context doesn't matter. But as long as people live, like throwing a gun and it going off and shooting someone, that's fine. No big deal. If Von Karma got shot in the head by Edgeworth, he would have been convicted for murder. But because he got shot in the shoulder, it's all good. No drama. He got shot in the shoulder. No big deal. If you hit him in the head, execution, death sentence. Hit him in the shoulder, no big deal. No worries. I'm trying to think what an actual accident would be. Like, I don't know. I guess an actual accident would be like you're operating heavy machinery and someone like walks onto the construction site when they shouldn't have and gets hit or gets like, you know, hit by some kind of heavy machinery that you were operating and just doing your job and you were following safety protocols, but some dude just like was somewhere they shouldn't have been and got hit, right? Technically, like, you killed them, but it wasn't really your fault. The walk it off legal system, exactly. All right, the final day in court, 9:47 a.m. We are up early, gamers. Accident would be hitting a sick home run and murdering someone outside by hitting their head with the ball. Yeah, exactly. That's like an actual accident. This is the defendant, all right. Lobby, all right. Good night, Peanut. Thanks for hanging out. Doesn't Von still have that bullet in his shoulder? Yeah, that's the whole point. You used a metal detector. You brought your metal detector to court just in case. And it turns out you metal detected Von Karma's shoulder. And well done. You have successfully determined that he was the guy that got shot 2 years ago. Now that I think about it, at the time it was like, yeah, the metal detector was silly, but everything else made sense. But now that I think about it, like, how the fuck do you know that that's a bullet? Like, couldn't he just say I have a fucking shoulder implant? Like, I don't know. I had to get a reconstruction surgery, and there's some metal bits in my shoulder. Like, you know, there's like 800 reasons that could be. But no, that was the fucking evidence. That was the clinching evidence. We know it was Von Karma because of the bullet in his shoulder that we assume is a bullet, but we're not actually sure. We didn't cut it out of him. Anyway, this is the defendant's lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? She can't be anywhere. She's in jail. What the fuck? But then you could press it in the court order for x-rays. Yes, all of that is true, Antonov. But as we've learned in this game, if it can't be proven on the spot, right there, in court, as you speak, right there, like, if it can't be done on the spot, if you can't prove things in the moment, it doesn't exist. It's not real. This court doesn't need, you just need one side to make the ultimatum that if this is true, then I'm right, and then be right. Yes, that is how it works. Get the judge to agree. And by getting him to agree, you just tell him, hey, I have a proposal, as Edgeworth would say. I have a proposal. Give Pheonix one chance to present the correct evidence, or he loses the case immediately. And where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, hello, Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding the ID record. No, the only reason they didn't get to a verdict is because the crowd rioted. There was literally a riot in the courtroom. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. Hang on. Didn't we spend... Isn't in the third day of the last trial? In the third day of the last trial, the entire trial was about that fucking... that case from 15 fucking years ago or whatever. So I think they can afford to have a bit of, you know, to spend some time on this older case, you know. It gets real gay between these two. Damn. Why have I never seen Pheonix Edgeworth fan art? That's crazy. Didn't they update the statute of limitations? I don't think so. The statute of limitations in this game is 15 years, is what they said, right? But the SL9 case, there's no statute of limitations issue, but because the case is solved, they were getting rid of all the evidence. Whereas the Edgeworth case was technically unsolved because the guy got found not guilty, so they never actually convicted anyone for the murder, and that's why the case was still open and they still had the evidence. Whereas in this case, they actually convicted somebody, so the evidence is gone. Ruined my search history? Maybe I will later. You know, another time. Not on stream. You know, Antonov. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant... But I really want to play Dual Destinies, I'm not going to lie. District Court, courtroom number 9. Just call it a DSP reference. True. True. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. I miss cutting to Edgeworth and he's like freaking out about something. Like, it actually is, it's actually a surprise to me that it cuts to Edgeworth and he's like looking normal. I expect Edgeworth to just be having a freak out at all times. He hasn't really got it together, does he? For such a supposedly cool, calm, collected, he's actually just he's actually like an anxiety fucking fiend. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Question mark? But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Here he pops up. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my worm. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana. That is to say, the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Uh-oh. Whoa. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21 of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! Objection! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render our verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Objection! One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Yeah, Edgeworth does the cell pose. He's good at it. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes, I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave him fun. Yo, when Edgeworth is on my side, everything goes okay. Now, please testify what happened to you, about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I like it when the judge just agrees with everything.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage.
What's the fusion name? Wrightworth. Edge Wright. Wrightworth. No, I like Wrightworth.
Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Which one's Patara? Which one is Fusion Dance? Ooh. Worthright is Fusion Dance. Wrightworth is Patara. 100%.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Oh man, we're grilling the poor fucking teenage girl. Alright, we'll do it. We grill. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
A man came running in. A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Not a serial killer, as we've objectively proven, by the way. Mass murderer, not serial killer. Two different things.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Who'd he mass murder? So the story is, he hit someone with his car. Killed them. By accident. Someone saw him hit someone with his car. And either in that moment, it implies it at the same moment or in the same period of time. He killed the witness. Killed the witness. Someone witnessed him kill the witness. And someone saw him kill the witness he killed. Well, yeah. No, he hit someone with his car. He killed 6 people, right? Hit someone with his car. First person. Killed a witness. Killed the witness of killing the witness. And then he tried to bury the bodies and a jogger came. He killed the jogger. And then he murdered one other guy in the office. But that's only 5. Anyway, the implication is that like 4 of the people he killed at like the same time. Maybe even 5 of the people. I don't know. Supposedly all these 5 people all died at the same time. Which means it's not a serial killer. But I think buried in jail later. Maybe. They don't explain it very well. It's pretty poorly explained. The escaped jail. Well, he didn't escape jail. He escaped questioning. And murdered one more. But yeah, that one was separate. But he was already pegged as a serial killer before that one happened. They'd been chasing him for 6 months, apparently. Despite him turning himself in. I didn't get that. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Jark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't remember clearly what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but then lightning flashed out again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. It seems to have been lost. Now we have the picture. We have this picture. Now, what's interesting about this picture is this does not look like a knife. This could be a few different things. Looks like a ruler. Doesn't look like a knife. In fact, it looks suspiciously like this thing that is suspiciously missing from the suspicious King of Prosecutors statue. Just saying. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Oh, hang on. Sorry, just give me a sec. Hang on. Sorry. Yes, I wanted to do everything I could do to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man. We'll press this, and then we'll present the picture. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay. We hit him with the picture. The picture. Objection. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Why is he going after Edgeworth? Him and Edgeworth are homies. They're helping each other out right now. Why is he so aggressive? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. And that may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list of the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over, turn it... Ah! What is this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence lists you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order! Order! But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If that list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth? It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Oh my god. Not the blue badger, dude. Not the blue fucking badger. No wonder he's having a freak out. The badger did it. Dude, Peanut was right. He left. The badger did it. Peanut was right. It was the badger all along. That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? This badger gets so scary. What the hell? Huh? Oh, yes, sir. Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. I'm gonna have another look at that. Hang on. Because if we're gonna pin this on the badger, we're gonna pin this on the badger. Oh, that's a weird angle. Why would they put it like that? Put it upright. Obviously, she's drawn the fucking floor. You know where the bottom is. Why is it the wrong? Why have they orientated it like that, bro? But that's the window, right? That's the window. So she drew this. So was the badger... Was this blue badger in the room with you as well at the time that you killed that man? Was this blue badger in the room with you? This is going to be the next episode on that psychology YouTube channel. The JCS. Was the blue badger in the room with you at the time? This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh. This is going as long as I thought it would, man. I expected it to take a while, but man. Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should have still been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. Can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? A flash of lightning. All she could see was shadows, yeah. So at the time, you didn't even know who it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Wait a second. That picture is misleading. She couldn't see the faces. Is it possible that she thought... Is it possible that this was actually Neil Marshall? And she thought that this was the killer, but actually this was the killer. And this guy was about to stab him, I guess in self-defense. This is definitely a cop's way of defending himself right here. You know. Death by cop. Execution by cop. The classic. And she freaks out, pushes him. He goes into the statue. He gets fucking killed. So this fits my hypothesis. She couldn't actually see the faces. So she didn't know who was who. So she probably freaked out, tried to save what she thought was Neil Marshall, push him, and he goes flying off into the fucking the death statue, dude. Why is this shit like this? The fucking death statue. I'm just saying, this seems because that's why her fingerprints are on the thing. That's why he kept her fingerprints. This is the blackmail material. He kept this because he knows what happened. Old mate Gant knows the real story, and he's using this as blackmail for Lana to get her to fucking do what he says. Because she accidentally killed this guy. Because she thought he was the bad guy. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
Objection. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture...
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course! This is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detective? Objection. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh?
Oh, well...
That's strange. She claims that this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Well, she couldn't see the faces. It seems important, right? Seems important that she couldn't see the faces. I don't know. Seems like a big fucking deal. Wait. Oh, that might be the wrong objection. Hang on. Let me just do a quick save before I murk myself. And then I'll try that again. Does this work? Nope, this didn't work. Uh-oh. 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 Stabbed in the back. Oh, maybe I should read. Hey, wouldn't that be nice? I pulled a Pheonix. I didn't fucking read. I didn't fucking read. I didn't read the updated autopsy report. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this prediction... It presents the autopsy report. The part where he's in front of it. I think it's this part here. That's because the drawing stinks. Mr. Wright, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others. Yes, so long as the defense has learned his lesson. Hang on. Let me read the updated autopsy report. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Objection! And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Oh! Oh my god. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Objection! Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it possibly couldn't wind up there. No, Antonov. The issue is that the timeline's wrong. They know that the knife had a tip, a sharp tip, but he was stabbed once, and the tip was found in the stab wound. So when he was holding it up to stab the guy, there's no way the knife could have been broken yet. The logic doesn't match up. Objection! The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness's memory is mistaken. Objection! That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that broken piece of knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ugh. Order. 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Also, Lana already admitted that she... I mean, to be fair, she admitted to murder too, and we're not listening to her when she admits to murder, but we are listening to her when she says she faked evidence. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. I told you. I told you where the broken knife is. It's this motherfucker right here, bro. I told you. I played the sus. We sussed out that this weapon looked suspiciously like the one he was holding. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to murder. That's the only way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Do I show him the photo? Or do I show him the trophy? I can't save. Holy shit. Alright, I'm gonna do the photo. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Oh! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw, it was in all likelihood from this award. Order! 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 Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and a knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. Objection! But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Yep, I was right. See? I figured it out before Pheonix did. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it. Uh-oh. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. A witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Dude, it was the badger, dude. I'm telling you, it was the fucking badger. Never mind. Ignore my previous thing about her pushing him into the death statue. Having a statue like that just in the... oh my god. Anyway, besides the death statue, which violates probably like 18 fucking OH&S violations. Like, I'm pretty sure just having that in your office is grounds for like being arrested for endangering your coworkers unnecessarily. Talk about manslaughter. That statue is the definition. Jesus. But no, it was actually the blue badger. Blue badger got up in there. Stabbed him in the fucking head. Oh, I've got a broken knife too here. I forgot. The tip of this foam sword is broken. See, it's all coming together. Actually, I was the murderer. My mistake. It was me. GG's. And this was my sword. This was my blade. Just fucking bang. Got him. Easy kills. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was a flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Objection. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him. Aha, funny typo. Hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin his cross-examination. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana, what is the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. I saw that man raise his knife. Do, 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 do. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see was shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office report. So then I panicked and rushed towards both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seemed convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down... Oh, hello, Agent. Ash got owned. Hello, Agent. This shit's getting to the good part. You came just in time. Thank you for the raid, brother. It's about to get spicy, my friend. Spicy. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. When I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Why is Sky a British accent? She just has that vibe. She just has that, like, fun, like, young British girl. I don't know. She has the vibe. It's a vibe, Agent. Just then, there was another flash of lightning. And that's when I saw... She's like a Hogwarts student. She has that vibe. And that's when I saw the blue badger. She's the most American teenage girl? I don't think so. Also, my American accents suck, except for my Southerner accents. And my Southerner accents are all... They're all taken for this case. All right, maybe next time. Are you sure about this? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast, and that was just this year. Yeah, Loda Hart. Yeah, that's one of my Southerners. She's not the only one though. I had Detective Jake Marshall, cowboy at law. And then I've got the primo fucking shit. The primo fucking shit for old mate fucking Gant. Prosperity gospel teacher Gant. You'll see. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange,
I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother, just when you thought that thing had caused you enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with his winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
Objection. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. Objection. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? Okay, I have no fucking idea. I actually have no fucking idea. If we're assuming it's not actually the badger. This was in the office, right? If you turn it at a certain angle, it could probably look like the badger. And that was in the office. We know that. It's in the photo. This fucking jar. And it's obviously related because she wrote on it. Or someone wrote on it. Someone wrote some blood shit. Okay, maybe I do know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger, something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
In this room, very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instance? Please show us this mysterious blue badger lookalike. Take that. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Oh god. I gotta do it myself? What the fuck? Yeah, see this? Okay. Okay. Oh god. It'd be this, right? Except maybe a little more pointed. A little more upright. Play this game for stream? Hey. It's good fun. At least doing the voices and stuff. Is it this? Is that it? Yeah! That was it. Well, is this a miracle or what? Oh, damn he's good. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. It can't be. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Objection! Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? I shouldn't slam like that at 1 o'clock in the morning in an apartment. What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. You got a Jim Beam? Nice. It doesn't change anything. Objection. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? It'd be the location. I mean, these two things don't change. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have had to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. I got it? Yeah, I did get it. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skyat knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh, there we go. Oh, damn. We just saw that shit in real time, bro. Animated. Damn, this girl's, like, whole life is ruined now. Her whole life is fucking ruined. GG. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I don't want to get too loud. It's okay, get Maya back now. She's going to the chair. Yep. We can summon her spirit sometimes, you know. Now that she's going to die. She's going to get executed. She's going to get sentenced to death. So we summon her to, you know, we spiritually summon her next time to spray things with luminol testing fluid. That's the only solution. I never would imagine her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Objection. Uh-oh. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances... Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the blame on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we have to rely on testimony. I am afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. That's not right. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Call Maya. Get Maya on the phone. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. We got a fucking bird and a MILF? Wait, what? Who was the MILF? And why can't a MILF... What makes a MILF ineligible to testify in a normal court of law? What? Antonov, we did get the bird. The bird did testify. Mia? Well, Mia never testified to her own murder. She just helped. She just gave you information. She gave you info. She didn't actually testify. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. What the fuck? Are we talking about this? Are we talking about this again? The jar? The blood kind of looks like they're trying to write a name, right? Can we just spray this shit with the fucking testing fluid? Wait a second, that angle was sus. Because that looks like an E and an M. That looks like an E and an M. Right? At this angle, there's some sussy shit. Damn, dude, even he's accusing her of murder. That's fucked up. Yeah, you can see it. If I can't get the angle right. That's upside down now. Can I get the angle right? Yeah, here we go. E, M, A. GG. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Oh no. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth, no matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these blood stains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Ah, dude. We are actually fucking this girl's life up. You hate to see this kind of thing happen. This is an orgy of evidence. I guess it is. Can I do that? Oh, I can. Oh. Can't connect anything with this dot, but... Take that! It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. That is brutal, man. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. I mean, it was an accident, though, right? But I guess I don't care about it in the context. It doesn't matter that she's a minor, and it doesn't matter that she literally thought she was trying to save someone's life. And that, like, obviously she didn't intentionally push the dude into the fucking death statue. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Why can Neil write that message after he got stabbed? Because you know, he had a chance. Sus? I don't think so. I think this is the least sus. I think this is the least sus evidence. See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gambit. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believed you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Oh, yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Oh shit, they're writing again. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? Uh-oh. They're rioting. Order! 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 The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. No, we're continuing. We're not finished yet. We're finishing this shit tonight. It is. I started this case halfway through. I spent 6 hours on it last week, and we are approaching the 6-hour mark this week. We stay grinding. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. At least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Securely slipped into pocket. Thank you. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Shit. What don't you get, Antonov? You could give PW himself a proper voice. I don't know what I would do. I don't know what voice I would give him. Like, it seems mostly for the sake of my own voice. It's best to just keep it as simple as possible. There's so many characters in this game. That need voices. I don't know what voice I would give Pheonix. Like, even my Edgeworth voice is kind of lazy. Maybe for the next game, Antonov. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee didn't give him more conviction. So maybe that's something to think about. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern, Mr. Edgeworth, that you may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Emma Scott. Bruce Goodman. Oh, dude. I don't want to fuck my because this is like if I don't call Get Damon, it's gonna hit my my life bar. But I really want to make it. I really want to call out Goodman as a joke. I'm gonna call out Goodman. Objection. It appears I've overestimated you, Mr. Wright. Huh? For a moment, I actually thought you knew what you were doing. Mr. Wright, this court has long since tired of your questionable antics. There's another, even more suspicious person. Really? Anyway. We'll do it for real. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would have also been the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Yeah, the fact that Edgeworth interrupts me before I can even say anything is very funny. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Well, here we go. We're popping off. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, huh? But please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Wait, he's only acting? Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, Ryder, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. So the only person who gets the Fifth Amendment is the police chief. Very uncorrupt society we live in. Very reasonable, totally fair, totally non-corrupt society. The only person who is eligible to plead the Fifth is the fucking police chief. Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. Hang on, I'm just going to very quickly, before anything else happens, I'm going to read this book. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay, well that's not that useful. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. With Damon Gant, the only rule is don't fuck up. True. Is that when Doc was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. Got him. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yeah, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Doc and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right. But Doc made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That is not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Doc was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yeah, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway. Yeah, she can fucking... She got that sumo fucking power, dude. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy. Always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gann to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gann to the incident. Well, he did keep this shit in his safe. I'm just gonna do a quick save. And I'm gonna hit him with the shit he hid in his safe. He hid this shit in his safe. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? What's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gann, your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear Rido, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Not this again, evidence law. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay. I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, Urgy. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. Oh, shit. So... This one's relevant. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but this evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gann, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Huh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean You? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Wait, didn't he already get fired? Rip. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Dick will receive his due punishment. Absolutely, Jay. Evidence and forgery. Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Orgy. In return, though. I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped. Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Ugh. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. Objection! If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Rado. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. They were found after Darko's conviction. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Objection! Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief was talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Rido. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end of the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh, I was not aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, the resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Oh, be careful when pointing that finger, or you might end up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there be something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Yes. He helped out Lana to put him in the prosecutor's position, so he could control her and blackmail her. True. You might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Lana Skye, baby. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? As for Chief Gant, he would have also had reason to help Lana out if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that, despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in the metaphor. He only blackmailed because it levels like Grossberg and Red White? Yo, dude. Now that's a power couple. Grossberg and Red White. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency to accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. When will the bailiff do something about all the witnesses directly threatening attorneys? Listen, this is the chief of police, dude. He's next level. That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. He's passing the buck. He's like, it was Edgeworth. It was Edgeworth. It wasn't me. It was Edgeworth. It was Edgeworth. It was him. It was him. Get him. Don't get me. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. It's the fucking ID card record. I can't save it. It's the ID card record. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. Huh? What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you. What about the use of this ID card? Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I am chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. Objection. No, it isn't. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Oh, shit. That is a good one. Do we have evidence of that? Is it this? Because Goodman wrote that. Oh, this is a toughie. Oh! The lost item report. He was going to submit that. That's what it is. The lost item report. He was going to submit that to the chief on the day. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Would have been more accurate. Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to have given that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gann. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. Ah, the chief of police murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yeah, now that you mention it. Objection. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once, yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Dude, why does he turn into fucking... I don't even know what that is. Turns into a lightning spirit. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. Objection. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have the entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered a police... so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you. I don't know why he turned into Gumshoe. Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gann, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue, just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Wait, useless clue? Not the screwdriver. Not the glove. The thing taking up evidence was the screwdriver. It's the only one we really haven't touched on. Everything else we've touched on. Except for this. Oh! Yeah, that's right. Edgeworth's car. Using the screwdriver. Yeah, that makes sense. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the days of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Oh! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation: to transfer the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Rado, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. Objection! But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kind of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Objection. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you have any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? I'm in trouble. I'm gonna save. Do I have proof? This is like pure blackmail, this, right? We know that. So much evidence. There is. There's a lot. I don't know that we do have proof. Right, we're talking about the second rule of evidence law, right? Rule 1, no evidence should be shown. Unregistered evidence. And he talked about rule 2 here. I think the argument here is that if I shoot my load too early, I'm like fucked. There's got to be something. There's got to be something. No. I can't just let him squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Fuck. The murder weapon? He would have been stabbed with this, right? He was in this evidence locker. He took the SL9 evidence. And we know that this is the real murder weapon. But we can't... Can we prove that this is the real murder weapon? Everything else is not good. I'm going to go with the weapon. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is that I'm going to be late for lunch. I guess it wasn't enough. Okay. There has to be something. We'll try this again. We'll try this again. No. What happens if I say I don't have enough evidence? It keeps asking me. It keeps giving me an out. The game is giving me an out. I'm going to say I have no proof. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, RJ? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Rado. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Urge. I'll leave the rest to you. And he's out of there. Bollocks. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. This was the wrong choice. Jesus. Objection. Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method is proof of testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Apparently it was the correct option. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a person exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls for... Defendant? Miss Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21. My birthday. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in... Hold on. Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Oh, this isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Not sus at all. No, definitely not just admitting to blackmailing someone, like live on the literally just blackmailing someone in front of everyone. Could pin him for corrupt. This is the problem though. He's in charge. Apparently there's no there doesn't seem to be any particular like independent way of investigating the chief of police. He is the law. He is literally the law. I am the law. Is that where's that quote from? Is that RoboCop? No, Judge Dredd. Yeah. He is literally Judge Dredd. Just saying. I am the law. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. I have to go to the bathroom, all right? We are at the 6 hour 30 mark today, and I started this halfway through. This is still not over yet. It is 1:51 a.m. I need a 30-second break to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Well, if it takes me to 3 a.m., it takes me to 3 a.m. By the way, apparently Japan has an issue with its courts. Yeah, probably. Japan is a bit of an authoritarian hellhole. I don't know if anyone noticed that. You know, a lot of very prejudiced, not very fair systems in Japan for treating people, governmentally. But anyway, I might finish it at 3 a.m. Probably. We're going to do it, though. We're going to fucking do it. We're near the end. We're nearly there. It's the final section. I think this is the third section of the third day trial. Anyway, it's crazy. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your health, Edgeworth? That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it that he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. What the fuck are the risks? Can someone tell me what the fucking risks are? They keep talking about, it's a weapon, but it comes with risks. Risks. I want to know the fucking risks. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, hello, Emma. I'm surprised she hasn't been arrested yet. I'm gonna be honest. Emma, are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Emma, you killed a man. That doesn't bother you? She literally doesn't care. She doesn't care. Emma, you killed a man. She doesn't care. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do everything and anything the chief told her to do. This could have taken a real dark turn. If they really wanted to get weird, that level of blackmail, damn. You're lucky Gant just cares about like bureaucratic power and not, you know, not anything sexual. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you just wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. All right. We're doing it. Yeah, but that's my... Oh! He's like, he doesn't need anyone else to service him. He only loves himself. He's not attracted to women or men or anyone. He's only attracted to himself. You know, I could believe that. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. I like how we finally talked about oath. Like, people being under oath. The amount of perjury that's happened in this courtroom. In 5 cases. And just now we're reminding people they're under oath. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. The game's still mad fun. True. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm tired, though. I'm so tired. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. I'm sure. Of course I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Now that I've got 3 British voices, all talking quickly against each other, I have to be more distinct with my British voices. And that's hard. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Oh, right. I was practicing. That was practice, guys. That was practice. I didn't just completely blank out and reread everything all over again. It was practice. It was voice practice. You believe me, right? Where's Larry Butts when you need him? How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Grant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why there's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated all the evidence 2 years ago by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. When I pound prosecutor, whatever. Keep moving. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked back in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's wound, and then you moved the body. But why? Why would you do that? You, of all people, should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you move the body? That's what I'm curious. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gaunt's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body. Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there is more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here. Yeah, okay. She fucked up. No, she fucked up. She fucked up. Because to write the name on the jar, to write anything in blood on the jar, it would have had to have been intact before it shattered. So she fucked up. Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Dude, she has such an innocent look on her face. She looks so confused. For someone so, like, manipulative and dark. She looks so innocent and confused. For like, she like forged evidence, did all this real nasty shit, pinned other people for murders of other things that they didn't commit, prosecuted God knows how many people on falsified evidence. But there she looks, just so innocent, confused, not sure, so dazed. What's going on? I don't know. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order, order. Your Honor, It would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. There's a couple things that makes it impossible for Emma's name being there. How could her name not? We literally did it in the court. Agent, the only reason you would say that is if you knew something that I don't. And that annoys me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit of a spoilerino, I think. Because we're not talking about... We were all assuming that her name is there. That it is her name. We haven't got to that part yet. I assume that's about to come up. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the messages in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. You could be wrong. I mean, maybe. I get the feeling you might be right, though. She's sure she got them all, but she didn't get them all. She didn't get the middle, this fragment. There's the big fragment that clearly wasn't wiped away. Do I press her or do I just fucking hit her? I'm not sure. There's only 5 things to press. I'll press her. So the jar was already broken? It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defendant's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have, but it was dark and I didn't have time. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. Dude, I'm so tired. This is hard, man. Ooh. I'm struggling. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in this situation? Oh no. If only I only had a few moments, there wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up after we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Yep. The fragments were large. They weren't large enough. Or maybe they were too large. I don't know. She missed a spot. She fucking missed a spot. Get fucked. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that? Objection. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. No. No, I cannot. Oh, my lord. Oh, dear. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards? Isn't it clear what happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Sorry, I forgot my Edgeworth voice. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. Oh damn. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. You wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that, coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma accidentally killing the prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Ooh, I got a little bit of iced coffee left. I'll chug that. Ah. We're nearly there, fellas. We're nearly there. This is hard. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. See, I read the book. I didn't open the fucking book. I read the book. Damn, got him. Got him, GG's. There's a picture here. And it is grim. Jesus. That is a grim picture. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. So the first thing I noticed, the fucking thing's missing from his fucking jacket. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be... The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. The one with... This is a handprint. The handprint cloth. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Whoa! He's back. Come now, Urgent. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant, what, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. Objection. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You've already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Jesus. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? Oh, no, I don't. But someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Rado? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over McNeil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have more evidence, please present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Isn't that really bad? If I have the option not to, I would probably just not do it, right? Because it's cut out from his jacket. I mean, the fact that it's cut out is proof that old mate tampered with the crime scene. But if obviously it like pretty definitively shows the murderer. Yeah, a good idea, Agent. Save time. If I show it, we just lose though. Like, she's just fucked. Wait, what's the rule of evidence law again? Unregistered evidence must be presented, must be relevant to the case. Can I claim that it's not yet relevant? The only rule is don't fuck up. That's the rule you told me. I would say don't fuck up. I can't show it. We can't show it yet. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gunn, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gann? Can't figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about around the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Oh yeah, I made him say it. I made him say it. So that I didn't have to. Hey, that's big brain. That's a self-think moment right there. Huh. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Rado. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? Wait, he can't testify, though. He's not allowed. Get him out of here. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lena. So you really were manipulating her? I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that's when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See that jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe off the blood of all the pieces. Objection! But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Rado. Cuff it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Rado. You should have shown it before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to show. All right then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's chest. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to have been left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Rado had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Oh shit. Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Dude, he's like fucking light Yagami right now. Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? He's like literally some fucking super fucking genius cunt. Oh, you're really something, Rado. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. Hold it! How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how this feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? Okay, just before this goes any further, I have no idea what Pheonix is about to say. As far as I could tell, the cloth, like, you could argue that he cut the cloth out and then, like, pressed it against her hand. But that's pretty flimsy. That's a pretty flimsy thing to argue. There has to be something else that he's thinking that I don't understand. So I just want to make that clear. Before I go any further, I think the big twist is going to blow my mind. I am ready for this. Whatever's about to happen, it's going to be some crazy shit. Because it is a leap of logic, or not even a leap of logic. It's a logical conclusion that I am not coming to myself. And for the most part, throughout this case, I've been able to figure out just about every... Well, her pushing him into the fucking death armor was something that I came up with before I actually realized, before the game actually showed it. Like, I'd already figured that out. Whatever's about to happen here is on a different level. I am not ready for this. So, with that said... Well, apparently I didn't. Apparently I was wrong from what Pheonix is about to say. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. There's no blood on it. I just saw it. I just realized. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Never mind. I did figure it out, but in real time. Wait, there's no blood on it. Oh! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Kent, let me ask you one thing. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his hand on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. Objection. Edgeworth? Oh, shit. Oh, that was close, Rado. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Udgy? Earlier, Orado here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Rado? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. That moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Oh, did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh is on you, son. Considering the jump scene showed the body moved backwards, jumped, then got impaled. You know, that's a good point. He kind of gets lifted up, right? I am afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed legal. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems at last the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Wait, didn't he do that already? Mr. Wright, do you admit to it that you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. Evidence law, baby. It wasn't relevant yet. It wasn't fucking relevant yet, motherfucker. It wasn't relevant yet. It was made relevant when old mate Gant admitted to keeping it in his safe. That was when it became relevant. Despite the fact that he wasn't actually able to testify, and that all of that testimony was false. But we're ignoring that. We don't care about that. We're winning. Aha. So the evidence is illegal. Objection. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Odgie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. Objection. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is that evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do so now. Take that. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Objection! Sorry, but can you recall when that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person that could have been. Damon Gant, the killer, was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking out the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand over all of this to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling whenever he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed nah. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would only lead to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone here has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Nah, that's bullshit. He's the chief of police. He makes heaps of money. Fuck him. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Skye involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah, it looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. It takes being a criminal to bring down criminals? We're going back to that shit from day one, baby. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Ajay. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are all gone now, Ajay. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until now. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. Oh, well. Cute smile. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Skye. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Skye. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact that you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing you about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, the court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty. Woo! The confetti cannons come out. Woo! I need a replica rifle, like assault rifle I can shoot into the air, you know. That is all. This court is adjourned. 5:03 p.m. God, what a long day in court. A long day in, yeah, about as long in real life. Holy shit. That's insane. At long last, it's finally over. Uh-oh. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered as much as I have. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pal. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gap to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day, and hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. But sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy. Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma! Damn. Look at that. Ain't that a nice picture? No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me. Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I appreciate the compliment, Antonov. It's been a long night, but I really tried to put on a good performance. Especially with Gan in the picture. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on my own. Oh, it's the evidence list. The two halves. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't happen just by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what'll you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened to you kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Hello, Larry. A journey to rediscover myself. Wow, okay, this is deep. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Well, way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an ear. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go.
Objection. Oh, damn. Do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We did it, fellas.
I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
That was long, dude. I'm just about to hit the agent was on the money, by the way. 3 o'clock on the dot. Nearly hitting the 8-hour mark. Remember, I did this in 2 parts. 2 parts. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easy. It was about 15 hours, yes. Whew. And I am cooked out of my mind. Well, this song's a banger, though. It gets all weird and shit, too.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe.
Wow. I gotta find this song.
Oh shit! The badger died! Not the badger! They killed the badger! The blue badger, he deserved better than that. What the fuck?
I can't believe they killed the blue badger, dude. I can't believe the blue badger was the murderer and then they killed it. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Yo, fuck that badger. The badger deserved it? Damn. Not the badger, dude.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
Damn. The turnabout theme? Food? Hello, Ben Judd. One-man localization? What a beast. Oh no, never mind. Brandon and Kaori. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see. What was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Yeah, this was the remake, right? Game has been remade twice now? Has it? Or did it just port the DS remake to PC? This is the second remake? Well.
Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming. Well, see you around, Nick.
Redrawn art? The second time? That's crazy, dude. And they added this whole ass case. Or did they do that in the GBA? In the DS remake? I don't know. This shit was crazy, though. It had new features. Had all sorts of things going on. Very cool. I'm a big fan. I enjoy it. This case is so sick. I don't know that I ever want to do it again. But it was so good.
Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea.
What's going on? Oh, jeez. I'm so ready for bed, gamers. I'm just letting this credits play out because they're kind of cool. And the song fucking slaps.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe.
By train?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Oh damn, we open the book. Oh wow. Oh, that's a cool picture. Wow. That is so, that is amazing. Damn. Capcom. Oh, I think that is it for me, fellas. I think we did it. I think we did it. We did it. And this is the part where they hit me with the 3-hour epilogue. No, that's it. That is it. Rise from the ashes. I'm not rising from the ashes. I'm going straight to bed. Thank you. Yes, everyone watching should go get some sleep. That's what I'm going to do. That was amazing. I hope I put in a good performance. I thought that was a lot of fun. I'm going to keep doing it. We got 2 more games to go. Like you say, Antonov. Every Sunday, baby. Sunday is Ace Attorney Day. And my performance hopefully will only get better. So I am going to go. Thank you all. I'll see you all on the flip side. Good night, gamers.